We're very festive today. All right. Pardon me. Oh. Dinner was tasty, chat. Dinner was very tasty. Dinner was very tasty. Okay. So we got some work to do before we actually go do quests. So, and what kind of work, you may ask? Well, somebody in the official Discord recently posted their Reaper Vanguard Paladin Tronco. Now, somebody posted Tronco's Vanguard Paladin from like 2 years ago. And this is their Vanguard DPS support build they're playing right now. They say almost no one plays Vanguard. They think statistically Sword and Board is the least popular fighting style for obvious reason, blah, 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 blah. So they actually used a shifter as their PDK, or as their Paladin. But there really isn't anything in their build that says, oh my god, you must use shifter. And they actually had to build around having Bastard Sword. So they could use the Bastard Sword from Fires Over Moorgrave. Ignition. The thingy of the McThingies. Let me pull chat down. Alright. So you can stop looking up my nose. It drives me bananas that I have to do this, but... Alright. So, we've already done a couple of things. Now, one benefit I get from the way I'm doing things is because I'm using PDK, I don't have to use Fade Arc Illusionist in order to get Charisma to hit and damage. So, stream time, basically this is going to be like a Frankenstein, which is very perfect considering I was just in Chill of Ravenloft recently. So, Strimtom's original PDK Paladin build, which you can find on his salvaged archive. There's a Google document. You can go find it. That PDK Paladin was... Well, let's take a look at the enhancement trees, because we're going to do a little bit of a change-a-roo here. I actually had... I spent my 3 points originally in Fade Arc Illusionist. I'm thinking, like, why am I even doing this? So I spent a point here, spent 2 points here to spend the 3 points, because it's like, okay, whatever. And then I realized earlier this evening, it's like, well, you know, why the hell am I even doing this? Because as a PDK, and by the way, having a +3 Tome of Racial Enhancement, action boost. Ooh, Cormyrean Knight Training gives me the greatest of Charisma or Strength for hit and damage. That's sexy. So, it's like, as long as you're using short swords, long swords, bastard swords, or great swords. And as long as your charisma remains higher than your strength and you're wielding one of the above weapons, you receive a bonus to the DCs of your tactical feats equal to 1/3 of your charisma modifier. Now, one of the things about this particular build is Strimtom doesn't typically build paladins to be able to turn undead. However, I love turning undead. Hi, Kevin and Modiflair. Hold on. Your second dose of a storm loss today. Oh, she doesn't want to say. She is soft. She's so fucking soft. Like, the other cats have wonderful fur. They're also very soft. But she's softer. She's got, like, the soft fur. Hi. Oh. And she's... Oh, no! Here's some hand was slain by the Displacer Shadow Beast at level 22. No! Anywho. Kevin, look what I found, by the way. I don't know if you were here when I was going off about this. I found my old file with the artwork from my holiday shit. I'm stupidly excited that I got my overlay back for the holidays, and I found the holiday art that I would use for the marathon. I'm so fucking stoked about that. You guys don't realize how much of a hit I took when that drive died. Because there are decades of files on that drive that I don't have any other backups for. My bad. How did you get it back? I apparently had saved the XCF file from GIMP on a different drive. So it was in my documents folder, which was on a different drive. So I happened to dig it up out of the documents folder. Or it was in the documents or the downloads folder. I forget which one it was in, but it was in a different folder that was on a different drive. So, hooray. That being said, let's get back to what we're doing here. So originally I had Fade Arc Illusionist, and I just spent my 3 points here because I was like, okay, they're universal trait 3 points. What the fuck am I going to do with those? However, I can spend 3 points in the PDK tree and get the same damn shit for fewer points, because I'd have to spend 1 point here to get a familiar that I never even use, because I don't need 4 spell power. I don't need universal spell power. And so there's 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 4 point, 5 point. But I would have to spend a point over here somewhere in order to get into tier 2. So I'd have to spend 5 points and then get to tier 2. So I have to spend a total of 7 points to get up to here. Or I could just spend 3 points over here and get the same damn shit. So now I've got 3 universal trait tree points that I can use in any tree. And so now I'm taking a look at which one might I want to use. I mean, this one's... Agent of Good is nice. But there really isn't anything else that I can use here. I mean, yeah, getting an additional +1. This could be useful. 20 spell points. Okay. Or we could go with Falconry, which gives us absolutely nothing worthwhile. Well, practice accuracy could be good. Actually, spending a point here and then 2 points in here could get us an additional roll on, confirming critical attack. So that could be useful. Vistani Knife Fighter, the only thing useful here is spend a point, and then spend the 3rd point, like here somewhere, nobody cares. So that's also a good possibility, because these two are both useful. Having Undead automatically a favorite enemy, that would be good. Inquisitive... yeah, that's okay, I guess. And spending 2 points to get this. No, actually, not while on your side. You want Eye for your accuracies to get this. It doesn't, again, really do much of anything. Horizon Walker, spend a point here. And there really isn't anything for me at all. So the choice is going to be between the Vistani thing, which can be useful, or the Falconry thing, which could be a different kind of useful. I'm actually kind of eyeballing the falconry one, though. And then we can have like a white falcon hanging out with us, so we get a bonus to our checks, which I don't really care about. But I do kind of like being able to get even more hit and more 2 points to confirm critical attacks. That could be hot. And but honestly, I'm kind of not wanting a bird flying around, so I might just go with the Vistani Knife Fighter. Oh, wait, I can only do this and that. I can't do that. I could spend the point in Balance Jump and Tumble. So it's either I can spend... this is the only useful thing. The only actively useful... No, I think I'm going to go with the Horizon Walk. No. Falconry. So we're going to pick our White Burb. Then we're going to put 2 points in here. Because Strimtom's original PDK Paladin build did not have any universal trait trees in it. It was basically 42 points in Knight of the Chalice, 32 points in Vanguard, and 4 points in Sacred Defender. And the 4 points is like this, and then this is maxed out. So I'm giving up 2 additional uses of Lay on Hands. You know, I'm going to go with that and see how it rolls. See how this rolls. But I'm also debating what I want to do here. Because the other build I'm looking at, the one that was posted on the forums the other day, that is not a PDK Paladin. It is a strength build and not a charisma build. So they're not really doing anything with turns or anything of that nature. They went all in on the capstones for Vanguard and did not go... Because you can't... These are mutually exclusive, as you can see by the green text. It's like, you can't have... So you can either go all the way to the top on one of these, or one of these, or one of these, or that one. But you can only have one thing that is T5. So I'm looking at what I have here. The Ascendancy is really nice. The +2 to attack and damage, and the additional with favored weapons. PDK Paladins get Bastard Swords as favored weapons. Actually, no, I don't think we do. Hold on. How did I get that? Let me take a look at my Epic Destinies. I might have taken... I did, actually. This is how I get my Bastard Sword as a favored weapon, is this. So, running with a favored weapon is hot. So, let's take a look at this again. So, a Vanguard is a sword and board. So, you're going to shield bash everything while smacking them with the Bastard Sword. The Bastard Sword is the best choice when you're doing sword and board, because a Bastard Sword allows you to take advantage of the two-handed fighter damage shenanigans versus the another option, basically. So, two-handed fighter plus Bastard Sword, and you can still wear a shield, so that's pretty hot. So, Strimtom's build used all the charisma stuff here, but he built it like this. However, the other person who's going all in on strength, they built theirs a little bit differently. They were all in on Vanguard, and they only did up to T4, only like up to here. In this. Because unfortunately this one you can't actually use as charisma. You can't do Vanguard charisma. So they built all of this up. And they built this up. They skipped this. They did all of this. They skipped this. I don't know. I like having deflect missiles. And then they went all the way up to the capstone here. When you have a shield equipped, you gain +2 attack, +2 damage, and +5 double strike, +5 combat style bonus to melee attack speed. Your shield gains +1. And your shield bashes stun enemies 10% of the time. So that's also really good. Versus the capstone over here. +4 to charisma and +10 melee and range power. Save bonuses versus fear. Enchantment granted by Courage of Heaven are increased by additional 2. Any weapon you wield is considered good aligned for purposes of bypassing damage reduction. In addition, your Aura of Courage now grants allies a +3 sacred bonus to melee and range damage, and if you have Ascendancy, your Blessed Purpose now stacks up to 25 times. So, what I'm debating is whether I want to keep the capstones here, or keep the T5s here. So, we would lose Ascendancy, which I actually really like Ascendancy, because we're playing with a favored weapon sort of build. This can also be really good, and the additional passive melee and range power is good. 25% competence bonus to max hit points. This has one as well. I love cleaves for days. I like cleaves. Being burdened with glorious purpose, yeah. Also, Holy Retribution is a 50% bonus damage shenanigan. I like that it recharges the Smite Evil charge. Because I also like using Smite Evil. Exalted Smite. And evil creatures with under 1,000 hit points must always make this save or die. So evil creatures may be forced to make a will save. DC 10 plus paladin level, which is 20, plus charisma mod, plus thunder bonuses, or be destroyed. And the others, it's like, look at that. So I'm always fighting things that have more than 5,000 hit points, so they have like a third of a chance to make their saves and whatever. So if we give up this, and we give up that, and shift over to more Vanguard stuff, we gain +3 to hit, damage, and armor class, which is really nice. Basically, you give more vulnerability to the people you hit. They also use Shield Rush. Actually, no, they don't take this one. They don't take this. But they do take this Shield Rush, which is pretty hot. They max that out. As you move forward in a line, delivering a shield, blah, blah, blah. Each opponent is knocked down. Knockdown is negated on a fort save. But the thing is, I have another shield bashy thing. A shield chargey thing. Is I have this shield charge, which is from the Epic Destiny, I believe. Is it? Where is this coming from? Not you. Where is shield charge coming from? But shield charge. Up to 30 feet to your selected opponent, deliver a shield attack that knocks enemies around you, knocking them down. So this is more of an AoE. And this one is more of a, you shoot straight forward, And then everything you hit while you're running forward gets a shield bash attack. And then they're all knocked down. So it can be, and this is a plus 20 damage, but this other shield charge is a plus 30 damage. And shield charge will actually take me to an opponent. Whereas the shield rush will be you just go straight forward based on which direction you're facing. And sometimes the thing that I like about the charge is that I may not be facing my enemy. As I got somebody tag them, and then it shoots me over to them and makes you a little nauseous. Plus 15 melee power, plus 10% chance to make a secondary shield bash. Also can be good. And Brutal Impact is actually one of the things that people are like, you really need this. Because the plus 1 critical damage multiplier on a roll of 19 or 20. But I picked that up by picking up here. So it's more going to be a case of, what am I losing over here that I'm going to gain? I think I'm going to keep these the same and go with that. And then for the Epic Destinies, Strimtom's build uses these. Actually, Strimtom's build predates the overhaul of the Epic Destiny, so I kind of had to make shit up. He basically used most of his stuff in the old Fate Singer tree, which has undergone like updates forever. And then he used the old Twists of Fate system, where you could add a couple of things from other trait trees, and so he used one of Shadow Dancer, and that would basically be giving you Dimension Door. And then he had Grandmaster of Flowers, which is a Dance of Flowers. And then he had 2 items from Unyielding Sentinel. One was Legendary Shield Mastery and Endless Smiting. So what I did is I kind of went a bit ham. So Unyielding Sentinel would be really nice to have Resurrection as a spell-like ability. Having the insight bonus to max hit points is nice. The epic moment, Undying Vanguard, by the way, is really nice. It's even better if you use the Jelly Cake of Rizia from the current Festival event. Because not only does your character become huge, because your character, grows like the Grinch's heart, goes but that particular cookie from the festival event turns your character into a snowman. So you're a giant snowman throwing shields around and waving your sword at people, and you're a giant snowman. It's fucking hilarious. Cordo told me about that when they made the cookies last year, and he was so excited about it. And he didn't have a character that had Unyielding Sentinel with this ability, so it was funny. So this is a really good epic moment. Deific Warding Feat is really nice to have, because that gets you, and this also gets you more hit points. So this gets you hit points. No. This gets you temp hit points. This gets you more hit points. This gets you more other hit points, which are both very good. And then finally, getting an lay on hands as an AoE is really, really nice. So these are all really nice. And Unyielding Sentinel is geared toward Vanguard. So basically we've got max hit points, max spell points, melee power. We've got a ward against curses, immune to most forms of knockdown while wearing a shield. Divine energy resistance is one of my favorite things, because it's basically, it's a spell-like ability, so you can just max that shit out if you wanted to. Except it has no meta magics. Then you could, if you wanted to, you could use the Epic Strike. This is basically a taunting Epic Strike, which is like, okay, whatever. And then there's the defensive one. But it doesn't really do much of anything, honestly. I very much like the Sword Sings way more as an Epic Strike. Or if the Sword Sings is not on cooldown and if I need some heals, then dropping a Consecration instead it's much nicer. But for the other stuff, here we go. +3 to attack. We got Fortification, +1 all saves. Shield's AC contribution is increased. Knight's Challenge. This is where you basically... this is kind of like WoW's Avenging Shield, where you throw your shield as a prop pally and it goes... does the Captain America shield throwing thing. Yeah, it's sexy. But this is the closest thing they have to it. And it is a taunt. They're compelled to target you for 8 seconds. So I don't mind the Knight's Challenge. I don't use it a lot because it shares a cooldown with Throw the Boom, which is up here. Throw the Boom is where you're throwing your shield around. It's basically the same shit. So you don't really need both of these. You can just pick one. So 1d20 law damage per character level. So that's going to be 30 for d20. Scaling with 200% melee power, which is sexy. That scales with 200% melee power, 200% melee... This is like the same damn shit. Why am I getting both of these? Okay, this one strikes all nearby enemies. This one is not. So... this is basically you're hitting one guy, and this is you're hitting everybody. So... you kind of need this to build points to get up to here, and it's fine. Don't really care about the Mantle of the Sentinel. Don't want some tanky shit. But getting some P in MRR, or sorry, getting some PRR and +6% double strike, hell yeah. I already have Lay on Hand, so I don't need it. This would actually be nice to have. To also get your Lay on Hands to regenerate a use, because right now my Lay on Hands does not generate a reuse, unless I rest. So getting bonus to AC is always nice. That's okay. But yeah, this is hot right here. So Resurrection is nice. All these are really nice. But over here, in our Divine Crusader, not only are we getting our Bastard Sword as a favored weapon, which is hot, we can also grab this Holy Mantle. And base attack bonus is equal to your character level, not the other one. And then you get the Strike with Poise, so that gives my Bastard Sword +3 to an enhancement bonus. And they're also considered implements and gain +1, basically 10% damage. And then I can go up into here and get all of that hotness. Immune to petrification, good. Purge the Wicked! So, also really nice. Double strike and double shot, so I'm getting 4%. I didn't have points to get another one. Couldn't get the final tap there. There's that. That's nice. And you might be like, well, why didn't you choose Divine Smite? It's because I already have the Smite Evil feat. So I don't need this because I am Paladin. However, getting Endless Smiting is nice. It would be nice to have Gaze of the Divine, but it's not really critical. And over here, it's like Mighty Crusade would be nice to apply Crusade to everybody else in the party, but it's just hires. But Bring Down Wrath, this is really, really nice. Shield is also a favored weapon for the sake of our Destiny Mantle, so that's good. And made now Double Strike as if it were an offhand weapon. That's sexy. Law of the Divine. If you didn't have Embodiment of Law, you got it now. And if you have it, you now deal an extra law damage per epic or legendary level. Blessed Blades. Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. Making a WoW joke. +1 crit multiplier. So basically, yeah, our crit multiplier is pretty hot. But this is really the good right here. Is Beckon Divinity as an epic moment every 10... No, cooldown is 5 minutes. This basically, as long as you're alive, you can res everybody in your party who's nearby. I saved an entire raid wipe with that. That is so fucking hot. And of course over here, the main damage is Shrimptown built a lot of stuff into the Fate Singer tree, the old Fate Singer tree, but a lot of that stuff is very different. I would like to try and build some points here to get Master of the Acoustics. But I would have to take points out of something. And there's just too much good over here. There's too much good over here. I would probably give up Throw the Boom. That's going to get me 2 points. And that'll immediately get 2 out of here. But I do want to get that third one. So I might bring back this. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to dial this back a little bit. We're going to get rid of Throw the Boom. I mean, I like Throw the Boom. But if I'm using the Sword Sings as my main goodness, but I have this maxed out, it's going to double the sonic damage from this. And that's my main damaging attack. I think that's what we're going to do. Alright, so let's reset this tree. Oh no. Let's get rid of Throw the Boom. Actually what this means is I'm going to put Stunning Shield down here in my #1 slot. So let's rebuild this. We definitely want the Die Hard fee because we love... Alright, we had all of this. We had all of this. We had that. We had that. We did not have that. That's actually kind of nice. We had Renewal. Renewal's good. We need to get this back. We need to get that back. Hold on, no, we didn't want that necessarily. We do want this, Knight's Challenge. And we got this. Okay, now let's build this up. So we have our 3 points here. I was originally trying to build for Spark of Life, and then I realized it just wasn't working. So now my thing here will do more damage. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so that's still back where it was. Okay. Oh, it's complaining that you don't have your thing because I don't have my shield equipped right now. Because I also need to do other things. And actually, let me stand next to the banker still because I'll need the banker here in a minute. Yep, that is indeed a floating kitty cat on a storm cloud. All right, so we need to fix our gear in 2 ways. Number 1 is I want to take a look at the armor that I had. I was wearing this, which is really nice. The main reason for it was fortification. The combat mastery is okay, whatever. But I already have a whole pile of fortification, so I'm not too fussed about this. So I was like, okay, I need to go find some gear. Now, one of the good things about these particular builds is Strimtom's build uses stuff from the Feywild expansion from a few years back. So that build is not going to be as good in terms of gearing up because it's using level 29 stuff. However, the newer one that I picked up, the newer build that somebody posted recently, posted a couple years ago, uses more modern gear. They kind of fell off with with Vecna Unleashed. So there's better gear available now. For example, the Myth Draenor stuff, the current Lamortia stuff, but the Lamortia stuff requires you to build, to basically go farming for crafting mats, and then you have to put those crafting mats into making augments, and then you put the augments. It's a crafting thing, and I ain't got time for that. So I can still use the previous expansion stuff, Myth Draenor, and go from there. The problem is, in Myth Draenor, sorry, pardon me. So they're using the second newer build is using the raid weapon from Vecna. And I don't believe I have the materials. Okay, I do have some Threads of Fate. Not there. Let's pop those out. So you can use Threads of Fate to actually buy raid gear that are related to the raid that you got them in. You can get raid Filigrees, which are really, really nice. You can add mythic bonuses to your items, but you need to have a sphere of waves for them. Reflection of Black Razor. I actually do have... Well, I don't have the reflection of Black Razor. This weapon must not be sentient, so you gotta take your sentient weapon out. So this is some cool stuff that you can do. Get yourself some upgrade tomes if you want to. But they're not going to do anything for us. We'll chuck them back in there for now. Actually, you know what? I could just go chuck them back in here. Zoop. Zoop. Okay. You can kind of see I was looking through all of my legendary gear. Because that was the thing I was doing. And what I wound up doing is I went and removed all of my augments from everything. This was the weapon I was using on this character. But if you notice, the base damage rating is 72.6. And it's basically a 5.20 1d10 plus 2 plus 15, blah, blah, blah. Critical roll, 20%, 17 by 20 times 2. However, the one that I have right now is 74.4 and is 5.4, 1d10 plus 2 plus 15 slash magic. It's basically got the same critical profile. It's strength plus 7. This is a strength plus 7. But when I equip it, it becomes a charisma plus whatever. So this is actually better. And the only thing that's bad out of here is like, it's one thing that I was mentioning is when I was using this weapon, like this was Dino Bonecrafter from Isle of Dread, but it was built for a cleric spellcaster sword. So this really wasn't doing my character much of any good other than the base damage rating. And the orange and purple augments I had on it. But this one is going to get the orange and purple augments, plus it's a plus 15 enhancement bonus. This is a plus, what, 15? Okay, that's the same. But I'm going to get that improved destruction, the coruscating, so it's going to get an additional 6d6 light damage on each hit. The blazing, 15d6 light damage on each critical hit. And evil outsider bane, because I like to beat up evil outsiders. And additional 6d10 bane damage versus evil outsiders. So this is a better weapon, but there's still a better weapon that I could get. There is a bastard sword in Myth Draenor. And let me go look on the wiki. DDOwiki.com. I'm going to look at Land of Lemuria. And I want to look at the list of named items. And I don't believe they have a bastard sword in this. No. Heavy medium armor, cloak, helm, docents. They have some nice augments. Which I really should run. Wait. Oh yeah, some of them are shared with Myth Draenor. So I have the heavy armor, but I need to spend some time crafting the armor slots and the accessory slots and all that other shit. So we're not gonna bother with that tonight. Okay, I don't have the stoic cloak. Alright, so we're going to build up our bastard sword. We're also going to pick an armor. So the armor options that I have are this one. This gives me additional fortification, insightful reflex, spell saves. It has the green and colorless augment slots, which are nice. This has no slots on it at all, so that's not as good. So this has more fortification. Actually, yeah, it has a little bit more fortification than that. This is a better piece, so this can go over here. Yoink. And the other option is the Myth Draenor. This is actually a really nice piece from Myth Draenor. That it has the green colors and a sun augment slot. So it has a third augment slot. And we have quality deadly, insightful fortitude, deadly, and accuracy. I already have deadly on another item, which is right here. And I have accuracy there as well. So the helmet, I'm kind of like, well, this helmet is really nice. And this armor isn't going to really get me anything much better except the quality deadly. And the fact that it's got 3 augment slots on it. I need to find me some goggles. My god, those goggles are not even useful. Eyes. Those are not useful at all. These actually would not be bad to use because, I mean, the charisma doesn't help. None of the bard stuff helps, but having the mobility feat would be nice, and having the Reaper enchantment on that is also nice. Not useful. Not useful to this build. Not useful to this build. So yeah, we're gonna actually put on these other goggles because I'm not getting any benefit out of the wisdom stuff. So we'll just put those on. And we'll throw these over here. Okay, so we've determined that this is not as useful. I mean, getting the additional stuff, but I'm quite wanting to have the 3 augment slots. Alright, we're going to go with this piece of armor, and this also means we're going to update what our character looks like, because guess what? This armor set is one of the Myth Draenor pieces of armor that I've been looking for forever. Let's hide my cloak. What cloak am I wearing? I am wearing... Let's take the cloak off. Oh my god! It's blue and silver! It matches my hair! Ah! So the cloak I'm wearing is the Walking Ancestor Shot. I think I was actually going to use a different cloak, but it gives me the plus 14 to charisma, which I need. Because look at my charisma without the cloak. Look at my charisma with the cloak. Okay, so it only gives me 1 extra point of charisma. Because I have 13 charisma elsewhere. Where did I have it? Here. Okay. Let's hide the cloak, though. There we go. Hid the cloak. I wish we can make the paper doll bigger, because these are a pain in the ass to click on to hide things. Let's bring that back out. But yeah, occasionally hitting things with a PK spell. Oh, yes. And the spell focus mastery plus 5 is good when I'm casting my heals. And so, yeah, having something in the green augment slot. I didn't actually pull the augments off of this, and I probably should. Actually, let me do that right now. And also, let me reopen my bank. Because I'm going to throw those in there. And I'm going to turn my, my dragon wings on. I have dragon wings now. Alright, so go look at my cloaks. Cloak, cloak, cloak. Clicky, clacky, cloak. So we have the legendary Firemouth cloak, which isn't going to really do much of any good for us. Except it does have 2 slots. This cloak has 2 slots as well, the same kind. But I probably want to get that topaz out of there and get something else in there. Alright, let's go take a look and see what other cloaks we have. This is the other cloak that I was thinking of wearing. Actually, let's bring this out and compare these two. So Greater Heroism, that's going to be really hot for the Greater Heroism. It's just good in general. Combat Mastery. I don't think I have Combat Mastery on anything else. Okay, so I have Greater Heroism there. So I don't need the Greater Heroism on this cloak. So the Charisma 14 here, Charisma 14 there, so they're the same. Healing Amps, Immunity to Fear, 2 slots. Yeah, honestly, this is the better item. Alright, let's chuck this back in here. Let me grab my... Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. It's on this page. Yeah, we're gonna mess with all this here in a minute. Oh, it's already here. Never mind. Let's do this. Our cloak... Gosh damn it. Alright, our cloak is here. So we're gonna yoink. Come on, yoink. If you wonder where Lotro got this is where Lotro got the idea of socketing and then hold... Though Lotro doesn't let you do it this way, this is actually really hot. Okay. Boop. 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 But they don't have a way to do like, okay, I'm going to use the scroll on everything here. It's 1 per slot, which is annoying. But you can kind of see where Lotro got their socketed augment thingies. Okay. Now let's have fun with augments. Alright, so I pulled out a whole bunch of augments. Some of these came from previous pieces of gear that I unsocketed their stuff. This, by the way, was a stack of 100 Jewelers toolkits before I did all this stuff. And now it ain't. So, I went to town on that. Alright. That being said... We also have this, which I'm considering swapping in. The thing about this, however, is I'm getting... This is gear Tetris, basically. In case you've never heard of this phrase, we call it gear Tetris. Is you have to figure out what you can do, what stacks and what doesn't stack. And by and large... A lot of things don't stack. So, if you have resistance 11 on an item and resistance 12 on another item, you get the higher of the two. That's pretty much how the thing works. Now, if there's an adjective in front of the word, like insight bonus to resistance does stack with resistance, or quality bonus to resistance stacks with resistance. So you have to watch out for those adjectives. As they used to sing in Schoolhouse Rock. We have to unpack your adjectives. So sheltering 35, we are getting sheltering from where? We're getting magical sheltering, so that's MRR, but sheltering is PRR. No, this one's actually, sheltering is both. Never mind. So we're looking for sheltering somewhere else. And I know that we're getting... the thing here and the thing here. And sometimes you will double up some stuff, and that's just, you gotta suck it up. Okay, where am I getting sheltering from? Honestly, I don't really need that particular ring because I've got my turning things boots, so I can swap this ring out for something else. Actually, we're going to swap that ring out for something else here in a minute. We're going to swap it out with this ring. I get my true seeing, and I get a green slot. This doesn't have a green slot, so I'm going to take this and throw this in here. And we're going to leave this out because we're going to put something in that slot. We do have a topaz of augmented summoning in this one. That's going to make our hirelings hotter. We got slots here, so we're going to take this off. Anything that's got slots, I'm going to pull out of its slot so we can go and add stuff. This one has stuff that needs to be added. Anything that's got an empty slot, I'm going to fill the slot. This is the exact perfect set of gloves for this character because the Dark Discorporation is really nice, but the extra smites, hell yes. They regenerate faster, hell yes. The Temperance of Belief, quality bonus to MRR per religious lore feat. So that gets me plus 20. Plus 20. Or was it? No, I was looking at this. Yeah, here we go. No, I wasn't. Here. Plus 20 MRR. And then Secret 14, Secret 14 is not quite good enough for what I was trying to do. But we do have the 2 slots on there, so we're going to fill the 2 slots. We're going to do that. These are my running Featherfall boots. I also have my Turn Undead boots when I know that I don't need Featherfall or running. Because the thing is, I don't need the running on these boots because I get the running on this. But occasionally I might want that little extra push for turning undead. So, alright, you have slots. Your slots are full. Alright. Your slots are full. Your slots are full. And your slots are full. Alright, so let's go fill some slots. I know it sounds filthy. It probably is. Alright. Alright, so what am I getting an email about? Oh. Ashes of Creation is now live on Steam in early access. I bought into that in 2017. So I'm not fussed. I don't want to really care about Ashes on early access. I'm going to play it when it launches. Because I bought the lifetime sub for that back then when I had money to throw at shit like that. Anywho, let's start piling on the augments. So looking at the build from this other person, they recommended the Legendary University Champions Helm from Vecna, which has Deadly, Accuracy, Armor Piercing, Seeker, plus 14. I don't have a Seeker thing, which I really do need to get, but it's basically this helmet. No, actually this is the helmet. Duh. I'm an asshole. So this is the helmet. So they recommend putting a Topaz of Melee Power and the Diamond of Festive Strength on, remembering that they are a Strength build. But I'm a Charisma build, so Strength isn't doing me any damn bit of good because I'm using Charisma to damage. So, we need a colorless augment. So let's pop open our augment bag. And let's see what we got here. So we have this here, Festive you can always go with more constitution as well. But let's go take a look at our diamonds, because they are a girl's best friend. So, festive intelligence, listen, dexterity, festive charisma. So they were using festive strength. I'm going to use festive charisma on that item. So, let's start with this. Let's get this done. Alright. I'm going to slot that right in there. Yep. Alright, so this item is now fully cooked. Hi, Maref! How are you? And now we can see that our charisma is now only 41 because I haven't put the cloak back on. Alright, so let's go to our six-fingered glove, which is also part of their thing. And so they recommend a sapphire of false life and Ravi's book of legendary recipes. I don't believe I have a false life augment. I don't. Actually, let me go take a look. I might have one. We're definitely putting one of those on. But I do have Robbie's book of legendary recipes, so there's that. So let's put this in the hopper. So this goes in the colorless slot. And let's go see. We have a resistance, we have shatter, we have stunning, we have vertigo. So we don't have false life. So we really have a couple of different choices here. We can use one of these other sapphires for the green slot. We can also use this, but I think I'm getting command from something else now. What was I getting command from? Maybe I'm not getting command from anything, so we'll hold that thought for right now. We're gonna have fun with this right here. We're gonna have so much fun with that. So, by the way, this is Colossus, the Breaking Wall. This is the raid shield from a previous raid. I have 5 billion Draconic Raiders reward boxes from all the various servers, so I popped this shield out of the Draconic reward box, because why not? So we're gonna have a bit of fun with that. We're gonna have a lot of fun with that. And look, I saved my kobold. So the kobold will be insulting us here in the near future. So we're gonna stick our fork in this one. We're gonna go back to this one. And then our cloak. Let's put our cloak in the hopper. So the cloak that they have is the Legendary University Duelist Cloak, which gets a quality accuracy, quality deadly, insightful armor piercing, insightful double strike, and they put a sapphire of stunning and a diamond of insightful strength on there. I do have a sapphire of stunning that I can use. Where is it? Not you. There you are. Sapphire of stunning. So there's that. And they also used what am I looking at? Cloak. insightful strength. So I don't know if I have any insightful augments. I have insightful charisma. This is exactly what I would use instead of insightful strength. Hell yeah. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Alright. Slap that bad boy right in there, and our cloak is done. Now, watch our charisma go up with this. This will be sexy. $60 charisma. That's hot. Alright. Next item we have to work with is going to be the bastard sword. We're going to save the bastard sword for last. We also have to choose the belt. The newer build calls for this one, the legendary Dire Bear belt. The insightful sheltering, rough hide, natural armor bonus. The roar is actually kind of cool. My alternative here is the legendary belt of the ram, which was the quality strength was nice. But I don't need the strength. I don't need that. I don't need the constitution. Though I can say there's a whole shit ton of people in the United States who could use the constitution. Just saying. And not as toilet paper. Hashtag politics sucks. Alright. The Ram's Might spell doesn't really help. Again, that's a strength thing, so I don't really need that. So we're going to go with this belt, the Dire Bear belt, which is part of the build itself. And let's go slap in some augments. And they recommend the Emerald of Greater Smiting. Now, I don't have an Emerald of Greater Smiting. I have a Topaz of Minor Smiting. Basically, it gets us an extra Smite Evil charge. We can go look at the auctioneer and see if we can find one of those smiting augments, but generally people are not going to have that. I don't even know where the auctioneer is here. I think they're up. Are they up in the... Oh man, I'm wearing no pants. That's fine. I'm wearing wings. It's all good. Where is the auctioneer? Remember they're up here. Randall Lyric. Iteration! No! Your constitution bonus fell! That's so sad. Maybe the auctioneer is up here. With the trainers. That's not the case. So I think the auctioneer is... Alright, I still have Featherfall. I think the auctioneer is actually up there. But I'm not going to worry about the greater smiting thing. Because I have a feeling if somebody has it, it's going to cost a shit ton anyway. So... let's put the minor one in there just for now. I really want to go look. Hold on. I really want to go look. I like their shard banners. They're pretty cool. That's the general vendor. Where the hell is the auctioneer? Am I misremembering where the fucking auctioneer is? Oh, yeah, apparently. Here he is. Why isn't there one down below? I don't know. Alright. So, there's nothing... There are no smiting gems on the auction house. Now, if you look at the shard exchange, this is something that Lotro doesn't have. Where players can trade things using astral shards, aka mithril coins. So the best that we have is these. Alright, not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna use the one that I got. Back to the bank. No, no. It looks like we've got... It might be a partial TPK going on. Oh no, oh no. Okay. So, we're going to throw this one in here. Come on, in there. Go in there. Go in there. There you go. And this one we are going to put this augment in. Even though this is a topaz, a yellow augment, yellow and blue make green. So at least we'll get the benefit of the minor smiting. So that's a little something something. Now we're going to get ourselves a belt. Okay, so next up we have... I was thinking of replacing this. Replacing the voice of the master with this, but it's like, I got better shit going on here. Alright, so we're going to take this and put this in here. Okay, so... I'm going to go check something here real quick. Yeah, the sword cross topaz is a given. The demon heart emerald isn't really as nice. Probably would want to put this in instead. So they have the legendary sword cross topaz on the goggles. But I'm using different goggles than they are. So their goggle set that they're using has 2 slots. The legendary Eyes of Enlightenment. I've never actually seen that. But it also has the Temperance of Spirit thing that I have coming off of this. Not that. The gloves. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Let's see. We still need to figure that out. Let's do our legendary Nocturne ring. Oh, that's where we're going to get our command from. The Nocturne ring. So I don't need to do command on anything else. They also have the Nocturne ring. And they use the Diamond of Charisma 14. I don't have such a thing. I could always put the diamond of swim on it. Jump would be good. Balance would be a good one to have. Wait, I do have a diamond of wisdom. What? I have a diamond of wisdom. I don't have a diamond of charisma. The diamond of heal is also a good option here. Because wisdom is useful for paladins. It affects your will saves as well, so you do definitely want will saves on it. But offensive spell power for clerics. I'm not using offensive spells though necessarily. So again on the ring, diamond of charisma, which I don't have. But I have a ton of charisma anyway, so I'm not fussed about having the charisma or not. Diamond of heal. Heal, jump, or balance. I think I'm probably going to want the heal more than anything else. Because you can put a colorless gem in any slot, so... however, I kind of want to get this to make sure I've got Ghostly going on. Because I don't recall that I have Ghostly anywhere else. On the other hand, I could just slap a ruby of Ghostbane into something and that would get me the Ghostly. Let's bring that out. Ruby of Frost, also a good possibility. We're gonna need that. We'll deal with the Filigrees in a minute. So again, they are recommending Diamond of Charisma, which I do not have. I'll put the Diamond of Heal in here. But it's like, well, why don't you use one of the green items? And I actually should. I should just probably put the Wraithborn. But if I'm getting Ghostly a different way, I don't need this. How am I getting Ghostly again? Why do I think I'm getting Ghostly somewhere else? Oh, I was thinking I was going to get it from here. So I could either do this or I could do this. Is Ghostly and Ghost Touch the same thing, though? Hold on. That's part of the problem. Is sometimes they use the same thing. Okay. So Ghostly, this property makes the wielder's melee range attack able to hit incorporeal targets. Additionally, enemies suffer a 10% miss chance against the wielder due to incorporeality. Wielder also gains +5 enhancement to hide and move silently checks. So that's what I get with blah 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 blah. That's what I get with this. Okay. So let's go take a look at Ghost Touch. Okay. An incorporeal creature's 50% chance to avoid damage does not apply to attacks with Ghost Touch weapons or ammunition. So... Okay. So you want Ghostly and Ghost Touch. Because Ghostly makes it so you can hit things. Ghost Touch negates their 50% chance to be missed by damage anyway. So it's kind of like Death Ward and Death Block. You want them both. Alright, I got it. I'm understanding now. I'm learning. Okay, so we want them both. And I don't believe I'm getting Ghost Touch from enhancements either. Let me double check. Yeah, I don't think I get... Yeah, I don't see that I get them at all. I really should change those up, but I don't think there's anything else I can do with Vanguard. It's gonna be like Strength or Constitution. Hang on, let me take a look. Oh, it can be Strength or Dex. Well, Dex would be good to have. Yeah. Can't really do much with that either way. However, I could pull both. Ooh, hold on. If I pulled the points out of here and here, I could spend those 4 points somewhere else. Maybe put a point there. Because again, I'm not using strength for damage. Though I could put the points, I could choose the dex options and get more armor class. I haven't got my stuff on, so my AC sucks right now. Yeah, let's boost our AC with this. Is this how I had it before? Actually, I don't think I used follow-up at all. Oops. Oh, I put a point in here. And so I can get that, and then get this. And now I have to put my spells back on my spell bar. That is one thing that's a little bit weird about this game, is you have to put things back on your spell bars. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Enhancements. That's still there. Avenging Cleave is still there. Divine Sacrifice. You notice I don't have Divine Sacrifice even on my hotbar. Because... I mean, I should have that. So let's put that down there. Exalted Smite. You notice I don't have that on. Well, I do actually. It's on my hotbar right there. Holy Retribution. Shield Charge. I'll put that back there. Shield Smash. Let's put that back there. Stunning Shield. To put that back there. Alright. And since these are melee skills, they don't have meta magics on them at all. There's no meta magics. So, summon the White Falcon. Whatever. I'm not going to summon my White Falcon. Okay, so now that we've got... you notice our AC went up to 48. So we need Ghostly and Ghost Touch. So we're going to need to use the Ruby of Ghostbane somewhere. But we're going to use the Wraithborn Emerald here. Alright, we'll throw the other one back in here. Alright, let's get back to our next item. The Furious Voyage would be a nice pair of boots that I would have. Unfortunately, I have one, but I have them assigned to the wrong character. And the irony is I had a pair that was accidentally unlocked in shared storage. Except I tried to be a little bit clever and wound up getting it assigned to a specific character. It pissed me off. So, and it's a bank alt, no less. However, I might actually get a wish for inheritance and unbind it so I can bring those boots over, because those boots would be nice. Because they got quality strength. Well, actually, no, they're not so nice because they got quality strength. The insightful armor piercing would be nice. But I might have insightful armor piercing on something else. I have regular armor piercing. I don't have insightful. It has relentless fury, profane combat, man. So it's more of a. It's more of a. It's more of a strength item, so I don't really need that. Okay. So let's go back to our items, and I think pretty much, at this point we just need to find a spot for everything. So let me see what items I'm still going to use. So Undying Sapphire, we want to make a spot for that. We need to choose one or two of these three, because I only, well, maybe not. Okay. Ruby of Disintegration might be fun. Ruby of Flame would be fun, especially here. Ruby of Resonance. Ooh, we want that. Oh, was this the better one? We'll take a look at it in a minute. Magnetism, Reconstruction, Devotion, Coalescent Ruby. Not really good for this. Legendary Coalescent Ruby. Also not really good for this character, because she's not a spellcaster. Okay. So we've got a few different rubies to look at. This one's okay, but it's a chance of things. It's an occasional thing. It's not a guaranteed thing. This would be really good here in any, like, this would be good in Lamortia. Anywhere there's a lot of cold critters to have to deal with. So this is a solid choice. So we'll put that on the second page. Also the Sonic spell power, because I do need the additional Sonic spell power. Yeah, my Sonic spell power is pretty damn low. So we do want that as well. So we're going to use the 153, not the... Alright. So that one can go back in there. This one can go over here. So... we're not going to go with that because, again, it's not super duper useful. And then the Diamond of Heal. Yeah, that's full. Okay. So... we got our green augment here. Let's put our ring on. Get that out of the way. Let's do this. Put you there. Let's put the shield over on the first page. We'll deal with that with the weapons, because I like to do the weapons last. Okay, and we'll put this over here. So you two will wait and do the very end, and then this looks like a disaster. It totally does. I think we're done with the toolkits, so they can go away. Let's put the reds over here. Let's put those there. Let's put the items here. I'll put this on the other page because that's going to go in there. So we got 3 items that we need to put stuff into. So we got 1 slot here, and we've got 3 slots there, and one slot there. So let's go with the lenses first. So we're gonna use a blue or you can use you can't use a green and a blue, but you can use a blue or a yellow and a green. So we can only use a sapphire for this item. So which sapphire are we going to go with? Resistance is one that's in the build. Resistance saving throws is really good. Do I have resistance anywhere else yet? No. No. Nope. 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 No. 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 Okay, so we don't have resistance anywhere else, so this could go in there. Undying, we do want to find a spot for this as well. Honestly, I don't use Trip or Sunder very much, so I'm not as fussed about these. So I'm going to go with the Resistance, because that's something I can use all the time. Because it's a passive, so that goes in there. Let's get those equipped. And now look at our Charisma, 60. Alright, our armor set. We got 3 items we can slot in. And that's a yellow that can go into a green. No, green or blue can go into yellow. No. Blue and yellow can go into green. Honestly, I don't use action boost charges. I'll be honest, I don't use action boosts, so that doesn't really fuss me either way. So we need to fill that green slot with something. But I don't need command because I have... But this is an insight bonus too. Alright, command +7. Let me make sure the other command that I have floating around here, which was on... which item? Where's my command? Okay, so we have command on the ring, so we don't need these. I mean, we could put that, the demonic shield thing on there. But of course you can put in festive whatever, or diamonds wherever. I put festive constitution on something already. Festive charisma. I already have a demon heart emerald. Okay. And I hate when that does that. It freaks out. Stunning, insightful charisma. Minor smiting. Dodge. Okay, so we don't have festive constitution settled anywhere. So I don't think I'm actually going to use legendary moment to legendary moment. Because again, I don't use action boosts. I really should, but I don't use them enough to where I would feel the need to use this. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Take that back off. I'm thinking I want to put that in there. Yeah. We're going to go with the end cap range, because that'll be helpful. Okay. And then finally, for the armor, we got 3 slots to work with. I actually don't think I have any sun augments. Yeah, I don't have any sun augments that I'm aware of. Hold on, hold on. This is a solid choice as well. I forgot I had that. Solar. Oh, here's the sun augment. Reflex saves. So actually, let's search by solar. Oh, holy shit, we have a lot of them. All right, let's find something good. Threat increase, no. Dodge, no. MR cap, no. Will, no. Sneak attack dice, no. Sneak attack dice, legendary, no. Legendary. Repairing UMD, no. Strike through. Can be useful because bastard swords. Two-handed fighting also has strike through is the thing. Wait, is this? Hold, please. Let me look. Melee combat. So yeah, strike through chance would be a good solid option there. I think. So we definitely, strike through is a good choice. So let's bring that out and think about it. MR cap, no. Armor layers, that's more AC. 15% AC is nice. But I think the strike through, I think we're going to go with the strike through. Because that is going to be the one most immediate. I mean, the armor layers is nice. The reflex is nice. But I want to do more damage, so strike through for the win. Okay. Alright, and the crystallized unicorn here, this is also a good choice. As opposed to this or that. And for our colorless, we have a crap ton of choices here. Constitution is always good to everybody. Jump is fun. Swim is fun. Stack, damn it. Heal is good. Balance is good. So, any of these are good, but I think I want to go with the more hit points from Festive Constitution. Let me double check. Make sure I don't have it anywhere else. Again, that's the gear Tetris of shit. Wraithborn Emerald. You don't have anything. Undying. Alright. Dodge. Minor smiting. You hate your tooltip. Insight for charisma, stunning. Sword cross, emerald. Demon heart emerald, except for defense. Deal passive damage. Again, we have no festive constitution anywhere. Okay, so that's the best I can get for that anyhow. Okay. Okay. How's my heal skill? Well, I could boost heal with a wisdom item. I do have a wisdom. Wait, did I pull that wisdom out here? Yes, festive wisdom. Yeah, I have this wisdom. So, constitution or wisdom. And this build does actually use a wisdom item. I think we're gonna go with the... Yeah, it's already up. I think we are gonna go with the wisdom diamond as opposed to the constitution diamond. Get better heals. Okay. So, all these other ones can go back in the bag. And this can... Let's put our armor back on. Let's put some pants on! There we go. We look pretty again. Alright, now we have to choose what augments to put in here. One of the difficulties that we have here is it's hard to tell what augments are purple and what augments are orange. Why does that smell like frying eggs in my house? Alright. So, I can't see anything that's orange in here. I don't have any purple augments either. How to cast faster? That's actually really cool. So, that's one of the problems. Ooh, hello. The Eye of Maybar? Oh, weapon comes evil aligned. Well, no. No, we can't do that. If, we don't want to make our... I'm a paladin. Can't do that. So, that's one of the hard parts of... trying to sort your augments is if something like this has the ruby icon but it doesn't have the name ruby in it, then it's like, how do you search for a ruby icon? You just have to look at the icons themselves and scroll through 5 billion of these augments. Like Ruby of Fabane. Okay. That one actually has the word ruby in it. The Alt of Sabotage. That one would actually be good for a yellow slot somewhere. Fortification Bypass. See, like this one, the Facet of Psionic Intrusion. It's an orange item. This is an orange augment. Unfortunately, I don't have any force spell powers. So, this does me no good. I have the Meridian Fragment, which is nice. The Guide to Animal Handling. This is considered a yellow augment. We haven't even done a quest tonight because I've been so busy futzing with this. This would be good for either a monk or a sacred fist. But it doesn't show up as a purple augment. You can't search for it by, you know, amethyst or purple or whatever. See, this would actually be nice to have without using anything else, but I already have the speed someplace else and a more useful item, so I don't need that on this character. My eyes are starting to bone picker. You want to take an Isle of Dread augment from whatever? Hold on. For some reason they stack in here, but they don't stack over here. So, yeah, I was figuring out what the hell. Okay, so we have 5 augments. We put our armor back on. So we have 2 items that still need augments. Now they both have orange and purple slots, which means you can slot reds in both of them. And so we have to pick the 5 best ones. So let's move these over here so I can take a look. And we're going to move this over here too. That's the kobold. Okay, so I did say that I needed to have Ghostbane, so that's a given. This one, maybe. But the frost one is nice. And the flame is nice. And the resonance is nice. Like, this I can use for my Fate Singer stuff. This I can use because if you play in Lamortia, you're going to need something that can do fire damage to offset the cold damage. Don't really need frost quite as much. Let me see what acid ones I have. I have a 5d6 acid ruby. Everything loves acid. But cold is also a very powerful... Like, if you're... Like, the Ruby of Frost would be really good if you do, like, Books Are Burning in Myth Draenor. So, it's do I want 5d6 acid or 9d6 frost? I kind of want the acid, I'm not going to lie. But it's an additional 46 damage of that damage type. Let's use the Ruby of Frost. Okay, we're gonna skip on the Ruby of the Vampire Slayer. Because this already doesn't have silver as a weapon as a type, but I'm already doing light damage elsewhere, so this would be good against werewolves, for example, in vampires, I guess, werewolves mostly. So we're gonna skip the Ruby of the Vampire Slayer, though they do have the Ruby of the Vampire Slayer slotted twice in their thing. So I could swap out the Ruby of Frost and go with the Ruby of the Vampire Slayer. Okay, so let's do the shield first, because the shield doesn't have any things. So for the shield, we're gonna put these on here. Actually, no, I want Ghost Touch on my main one. And this is really the problem, is that it doesn't give all of your weapons these abilities. It only gives that specific weapon those abilities. So we're gonna have a fiery shield. And let's keep an eye on our sonic spell power here. So sonic spell power 145. Let's move this out of the way for a second. And let's equip our shield. Hot. And now our sonic is 330. That's pretty good. Okay, let's do our sword. Our sword gets two different things going on here. So it's going to get the Ruby of the Vampire Slayer. Stop that. Put that in there. And it's going to get Ghostbane. Alright. So there's that. And now the final thing we're going to do is we're going to do the shiny stuff. So we're going to put the kobold in here. Notice the kobold doesn't have anything on it. But it remembers what its Filigrees are.
Nice move! Don't forget to use your tail.
Okay, so now we have 8 Filigrees to slot in here. And the Filigrees that they used is... It's actually kind of hard to tell. Okay. Now, previously, I had been using these items. And the main one I wanted was this one, because this is going to make it easier for me to handle turning undead. I have plenty of turns, so I'm not too fussed about the other one, but I do want to get this as well. And having more charisma, always good. But let's go see what other choices we have. So I do want to go with the... I do want to manage to get at least some of the set bonuses going on here. So I only need 3 of the angelic wings that I'm really fussed about, and if I get 4 pieces of final burial, then I can get that +3 turn undead hit dice. So those are just kind of what I want. So let's see if I have any more final burials. What? Okay, so I don't have a fourth one to trip that over to the fourth. Oh my god, it's a voodoo raid! Oh my god, voodoo! Voodoo! I'm rewiring my PDK paladin. Because I'm lame, and welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Ferret. How you doing? Tegan, thank you for the follow. Voodoo, the big kahuna of DDO streamers. Except him and Strimtom have to fight that out. You never get to raid me, I know, right? But then again, holy crap. Benjamin, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. It's good to see you, buddy. Haven't seen you since PAX East. Are we going to see you at the next PAX East? Hopefully, hopefully. Neo! Neo! Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's go through the auctioneer. I need to do shit. Oh, hold on. Let me see what my shield looks like. Oh, wow, that is pretty badass. That is pretty badass. I popped a Draconic Raiders reward box because I wanted Colossus for this build. You're thinking Gen Con for sure? Hell yeah! Gen Con is like an hour and 15 minutes that way for me. Gen Con is local. I actually had a really fun time at Gen Con, except the part that I pissed Cordovan off. I gave him some shit about the Locho Discord. He did not appreciate it. But it's good. I got to hang out with him and his kiddo. Alright, we are looking for final burial. Okay, hello. Do these stack? Hold on, hold. Turn undead maximum dice. Undead maximum dice? Constitution is good for everybody. Wisdom, good for everybody. I really do need the undead hit dice, though. I really need this one. Seriously. So we're going to grab this. And we're going to bid on it. Come on. Come on, let me bid on it. How much I want to bid on it? I don't know. I'll give him 5,000 plat. I don't give a crap. Don't outbid me. Don't outbid me. I forget what the maximum dice is. You like my icicles? Voodoo. They're actually not icicles. It is actually an upside down teleporter crystal from EverQuest's next landmark. So, White Dragon Teeth? No, they're actually, it's a teleporter. So, I used to play Landmark. Neutral Agent! Welcome. Hi. So, I used to play Landmark. Holy crap, look at my armor class now. My armor class went up by 100. Just by putting that damn shield on. But yeah, I have Colossus, the Breaking Wall. I took that out of the Draconic Raiders reward box. So basically, this is Strimtom's PDK Paladin. But now I'm kind of looking at the recently posted Reaper Endgame Paladin Vanguard build from Tronco from like 2 years ago. And I'm kind of mashing them up together. So they have like Divine Crusader, Fury of the Wild, Legendary Dreadnought. I'm not using a Legendary Dreadnought or Fury of the Wild at all. I'm using Divine Crusader, Exalted Angel, because I like turning undead. So theirs is a strength build. I'm doing a charisma build. and using the PDK charisma to hit and damage that you can get for like 2 points, 2 racial points, and I got a +3 racial tome. Ooh. So it made sense to go with the charisma build. And so I'm building around being able to turn undead because I love turning undead and it's sexy. Turning undead is fun. But I like my PDK paladin. And so yes, I did the +1 Heart of Wood to turn this PDK fighter into a PDK paladin. And I've been having a lot of fun. So Fate Singer, Exalted Angel, and Divine Crusader. And been having a lot of fun, but I've noticed my damage kind of sucks. And I've been running this character on Reaper, which reminds me, Druid, remember to spend your Reaper points. I've got Reaper points! So... I don't really care about that. +1 to Constitution while in Reaper mode, +1 to dodge. Choose between reflex and will saving throws. P and MRR, or I can get more damage. Melee power while in Reaper mode. Tactics DC. Reaper strike, yes. 10% Reaper bonus to double strike and double shot for 30 seconds. Ooh, that's hot. Choose between strength and dex. And I would actually choose dex on all of this just for the AC, because again, I'm not a strength build. So, and I don't care about Reaper, any of that. However, I also might want to put in some stuff into the Arcanum tree, because I can start building more charisma there. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get us some more charisma, because I want to turn all the freaking undead while I'm in Reaper. So this is my summer loot / Reaper character. And also, Voodoo, are you on Shadowdale or are you on Thrain? I forget. Because I might enlist your aid for reasons if you're on Shadow. Sir! Would you like to help me get the Reaper cloak for the winter loot before the end of the event at some point? Because, yeah, I suck at Reaper. Because I'm lame. But I really want that purple and blue cloak, god damn it. Can you help me out? Can we make that happen? Can I beg? Your hardcore tune is level 30. Sir. I have got my hardcore character is currently running Lamortia as a level 11, but I have 2 hot and sexy autos boxes, a heroic one and an improved icon, epic one sitting in my vault. So while we're organizing a time to make this shit happen, I could autos box that character. This is a favorite soul inquisitive, Dark Hunter plus favorite soul plus rogue inquisitive. It's Strim Tom's build. I use a lot of Strim Tom's build because I'm a dork. And I like his explanations. Not that I don't like your explanations as well. But this would be totally a carry because I'm sucking. I suck at many things, but not that. I have standards. And there's somebody in my Discord who's probably going like this right now. Druid, shut up. Druid, shut up. But yeah. Yes. So I could boost my character. Probably pop a Sovereign Pot. Do some Slayers. Stay alive. Stay alive. And get to level 30. Probably by Monday. As long as I could just stay back and pew 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 and get my loot going and not die, that would be amazing. And then once I get the summer cloak, because honestly I want the blue wings. That's what I really want. That's what I want. What I really want. You have some time. You're doing family stuff tomorrow. Oh my god. I'm going to be on the Axelcast tomorrow. So I'm not doing this like right now. I mean, we have like a month and a half to plan this out. Because I'm not a fast leveler. I level super duper slow without the help of an autos box. But in order to get to where I could be running around at legendary levels, doing reapers with people who can keep me alive. So we've got some time to work on that. So hit me up on Discord or send me. You're mostly running your hardcore character Monday to Friday, 9 to 3 during your stream. Okay. That presents a bit of a challenge for me. Mainly because I work Monday to Thursday during those hours. And on Friday, I go to the store before I do my Lotro stream stuff in the afternoon. Well, not going to work out very well. Alas. All right. We have time to consider and think about ways and means and whatever. I'm sure we can figure something out. Well, let me ask you this: how long would you expect it to take for somebody at 30 plus to be able to get the wings cloak complete? Not the wings cloak, the cloak loot completed. Because that's what, the 1500 one? Or is that the horse? I think the cloak is the 1500 one. Either way. So this is definitely the one that I want. I really want. 1500, you're working on it now. Yeah, that's the one I really want. Because, holy crap. Okay, so we put in for that one. I don't really need the angelic wings for charisma, though. Ooh, I should get resonance. Is there something resonance? No, not you. What is the resonance stuff called? Hold on. You're at 1079, just been working on it for a week and haven't even done the golden moat for it yet. Holy crap. You've only been working on it for a single week and you're at 10 seconds. Jesus Christ. Here is where I am on my current loot on this character. And I have done the golden moat for it. See? This loot has acquired a golden moat. Gonna find a glow and I'm gonna be golden. I'm just yammering right now. Touch of grace, charisma, embraced by the light. More charisma. So I'd want all of the charisma stuff, but I kind of want something splendid cacophony. Hold on. That sounds very bardic. Hold on. Let's go see what the splendid cacophony does for us. So that's clearly for bards, but getting 2 of those slotted gets me plus 2% double strike. And there's one that has charisma. Let me also look and see which rare ones I have. Rare. Dex, Fort, Stealth. Dex, Sunder. You'd think I'd use the Divinity ones, but not really. Not so much. Dex, Trip, Fort. Melee power. What's Unbreakable do for us? More land hands charges. I think Unbreakable is going to be a good choice for us as well. So I think for this one, I would want to get this. Get the fourth one of these for another one of that. And maybe go with Unbreakable. See if I have more rare Unbreakables. Eye of the Beholder. Charisma. I don't need Perform. Okay. Let's go take a look at the Unbreakables. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Dex, melee threat increase, no. Repair amps, no. Heal amps could be always useful. MRPRR. What is my MRR? I could probably use some more MRR. Yeah, let me get some more MRR right here. So we get 2 of these, and I'll get 2 additional lay on hand charges. If I get 3 of them, I'll get more PR, but I want more MRR, damn it. Check it out. Hit you up anytime I shout it out. Your hardcore team's Twitch TV. Ginger, yeah, I've seen, actually, Voodoo, you stream bombed me, or I stream bombed you, at one point when I was doing one of my videos. I think I was doing a video about the coffer or something, or something recently that I was like, I'm gonna boost my numbers because I've got Voodoo in the background here. Didn't help, but it was funny. All right, have a good night, sir. Thanks for bringing everybody over. Anybody has any wonderful suggestions on how I build this Charisma PDK Paladin's weapon? Let me add you as a friend as well, Mr. Twitch TV. Add friend. So, PDK Paladin, Charisma build, using... let me show you my Epic Destiny, my enhancements, and then my Epic Destinies. So, enhancements are these. Knight of the Chalice, Vanguard, a smidge of Sacred Defender, and I used my Universal Enhancement just to get that Practice Accuracy. 2 points of that, so I get +2 to hit and confirm critical attacks. Now, the newer build calls for using T5 Vanguard, but I kind of like the T5 Paladin shit here in Knight of the Chalice. And I like the capstone better. Though this capstone is really nice. The +5 double strike. I do like this a lot, but I'm not quite as big a fan of this versus these. So, and I was looking at Shield Rush versus Shield Charge from the Epic Destiny, or basically this versus this, and I like this a lot better. I mean, this is really nice, but I kind of like this better. And I know sometimes it makes you go weird because you go into weird places, but I'm always aimed in the wrong direction for some reason, so Shield Rush would not do me very good. So, there do be that. So, again, this is not to be optimized. This is not to be, oh my god, we are gonna be doing it max. So, I'm basically using a Reaper build to make my Reaper character a little better. Again, we're not going for R10s. We're going for R1. It's all I want. It's all I need. And for my Epic Destinies, the Reaper build, the newer one, uses Divine Crusader, Fury of the Wild, Legendary Dreadnought. I'm using Divine Crusader. However, I went into Unyielding Sentinel because shield bashing shenanigans. And I went into Fate Singer because I'm a Charisma build. And so getting all the Fate Singer stuff and, you know, getting the sword sings, hello? It's hot. I like it. But now, speaking of singing swords, we're not going to ask the kobold to sing. So I've got 8 slots. So I've got these 3. I'm going to save a slot for the last one. So I need to fill these 4 slots first. I did say I wanted more MRR, so I could put a 3rd one of angelic wings here. And actually get me more MRR. More turns undead, also very nice. Healing amp is always good. More wisdom can be good for my stuff, but I kind of want to get the more MRR. So we're going to bring this down here. So I think this might be the 8 we do. Ooh. I wouldn't be able to slot 2 of these and stack them. I would have to do that in that one. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this.
Nice! Kobolds still hate you.
Thank you, Kobold, but you can't use the same. It's like, no, you can't do that. Okay, we're gonna put this here. We're gonna yeah. Man, I want all four final burials. It's gonna be rough. Okay. So I can't use another one of these, so it goes back in there.
Nice move! Don't forget to use your tail.
Okay, so Constitution. If we get 2 pieces, I'm going to get that double strike. That's really what I'm aiming for. So we're going to go with this.
Nice! Kobolds still hate you.
Thank you, Kobold.
Booyah!
Booyah! Okay, so we have 6 choices here. 4 slots to do. I do definitely need the turn on it hit dice.
Yip, yip, hooray!
I don't need extra turn undead charges. I'd get more if I use that, but then I would get +1 to charisma here, so we'll use that one.
You're amazing! Not really.
Not really. Then I definitely need the more turn undead hit dice. So I'm gonna need that more. Then I need this. Then I need this. Alright, we're gonna use this and this.
Nice move! Don't forget to use your tail. Yip, yip, hooray!
So that's the hard part, is I'm trying to get these set bonuses. So we got 2 unbreakables, so we got +2 lay on hands. We've got MRR here, and +2 to double strike and double shot, and +1 to Constitution there. And down here we've got additional hit dice. When I was trying to stack this, oh, I bid on another one of these and you can't stack them. Okay, so this is gonna be fine. I would have liked to have gotten 4 final, if I get 2 more of the final burials. To get 3. Wait a minute, how many do I get from this? I get 4. I get 3 here. And I've already got the 4 from here. I got 3 from here. I got 4 from here. And I would get 3 more if I slotted this and slotted another final burial. Hold on. We might just actually switch stuff around. Hold on. Oh, I don't have any more final burials. That's the problem. So I should get one of these. If I'm doing the numbers right. So if I get 3 here. So right now I have 7. So I get 3 here. And get all 4 of these slotted on the same kind. I get 3 more. So actually, I'm better now than I would be otherwise. Okay, and I got two slotted things. Yeah. I'm good. Because I get 3 and 3 versus the 4 and 3 that I have now. Okay, we're okay. All right, we are good to go. We've got our weapon situated, and now we've got it equipped. This character is ready to go. I do want to find a shield cosmetic. Honestly, if I were to put a I do want a shield cosmetic, and I know exactly what shield I want to have a cosmetic of. Because I want the shield cosmetic to match my sword with the Feywild Pharaoh Crystal weapon. So let's jump down here. Let's see if I have one in Glamours, or otherwise I'll go to Glamours the character and see if I have one. Because I've been doing a lot of cleaning out of banks and shit. Silver Flame Ring of whatever. Glamours. I have no Glamours. Because I put them on the Glamour character. Alright, let's go look at our clothes. Let's do some cosmetic stuff real quick. And what time is it? And how long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. What's going on in chat? Oh. Stuff for the other game. Okay. Man, look at her wearing that Mithranor outfit. She's got some boobs, and she got a floaty moon. She's mooning us. Though I'm not sure how the upper and the lower fits, but I think that's because of the PDK build. But yeah, she's got some heft. All right, let's go look in our glamours to see if I have a glamour of the shield. Glamours is my character who holds glamored items and other cosmetics, and I have Clothes Horse as well. So thanks to everybody for sticking around, hanging out. After Voodoo raided y'all in here. Alright. You got all the hair. Yeah, this is where all my hair is. Alright. I have the Bastard Sword one that we're not going to use. Hold on. We have somebody who's puttering around. Okay. Ooh, here it is. Exactly right there. Throw that in there. That's exactly what I was looking for, and I'm actually using that right now. Oh, the Jack Orb always makes me think of something dirty. Why did they have to name it that? Storm Lost. You doing little kitten cattin'? We're gonna actually do a quest. What? So this character has 4 of the 5 golden mote loots done. And we're going to have her run the last golden mote loot, or working on it. Because we're going to do the Finding Dorris quest chain in the clifftop. That's why I'm in Sharn. Okay. Oh, wait. I can't use a shield cosmetic. I'll stick it over here, though, so I'll have it ready when I'm done running loots with this character. So, as you can see, again, I have 4 of the 5. And I just have the one that requires you to do members only. And that's what we're going to do now. We are equipped. We're ready to go. We're going to heal ourselves a little bit. And we're going to go get our spell points back real quick. I don't have a nice Mithran or a cloak. Actually, I do. I have the Cloak of Midnight. But I think I have it on Cormier. Oh, a quest? I know, right? Hold on. Let me check. Let me check and see. Let me check Glamours again. I think I have the Cloak of Moonlight, but I have it on Cormier. Do, 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 do. So Gemstone Silversmith was going to be my Reaper hardcore character. A fighter Vanguard, but I like the Paladin Vanguard a lot better because heals. But it's a dwarf, so okay. Festival stuff. I should wear the festival outfit. Shine the Sword of Snow. Sword of Snow is also appropriate. No. So let's see. The other character probably has it, if she has it at all. Has it named their character Cutie Patootie? That's cute. I know, an actual quest. I kind of needed the night off to just kind of get this character situated because y'all saw me going into the new quest, Presence and Pain, on a Reaper and got my ass kicked. And it's probably going to happen again because she's level 34. She should be able to do Reaper 1. She should be able to do Reaper 1. Well, But let's go look at my other cosmetic holding character, Clothes Horse. Not to be confused with Horse, who hangs out in Strim Tom's Discord. Not that horse. Okay, what do we got? Another Fair Crystal Bastard Sword, maybe? Game? Oh, that's the legendary one. Spectral Daggers. Spectral Warhammers. Oh, the Heavy Armor Celebration. The Reaper outfit. Cosmetic Great Sword. Fair Crystal Scimitars. Mole. Doth Mole. Azure Tower Shield. That would not work. I did the quest where it says, hey, if you have a Mirror of Glamoring with you, you can make a glamour of the dragon mask before it goes poof in the quest in Evening Star. I did that shit. I saw that on the wiki and like, yoink! Oh man, should I use those on the character? Oh, that would be amazing. It does not appear that I have... Yes, I do have all of the house cloaks. Because I love the house cloaks. So I do not have a glamoured version of the thing that I was looking for. I've completely forgot what that is. What was I looking for, chat? Oh, the Cloak of Moonlight. Yeah, I have it on Cormier. I never got it again over here. But eventually, I will get a copy here on Shadowdale. It's gonna happen. I have 2 characters, actually a couple of different characters, 2 actual characters and a few bank mules who are going to come from Cormyr to Shadowdale. Because one thing I have discovered and have always been true is trying to play on multiple servers at once sucks when you get stuff you really, really want on your secondary server and when you want it on your primary server. So, alright, let's go do a quest for real. For real this time. And I am kind of sad that I missed out on that cloak, but that would have been an amazing achievement had I managed that. But I didn't ever play well enough to cause that to happen. So, and you can see I've named some of my bank alts based on what they're carrying. Like she's the prettiest bank alt of all. Then I decided just to name them, you know, so they all were in the same place in the list. And then I got a little bit silly. Sentient food, nom nom nom. Alright. So that's like basically all my spare crap that I'm never going to use ever on any build in the past, present, or future. All right. Go. And yes, I've never done Coin Lord's rep on this character after I TR'd her. She is on her 5th life? She's on her 5th life? I lied. She's on her 3rd life. Alright. Will I TR her anytime soon? Nope. Nope. Where am I going? Druid. Oh. Ay. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this when I have this? Speaking of having things, come here. Come here, little kitten cattin. Come here. Storm lost. My kitten is being a silly kitten. Alright, let's go do the quest chain. Let's see if we can find where the quest chain... they're over here. Of course, when I want to bring the kitten up so you can all see the kitten again, she just runs away. Okay, so... And have I forgotten where the quests are? Yeah. It's been a while. I've only ever done this quest chain once. Come here. Come here. Especially if you're going to sit in front of my screen so I can't see anything. You're coming here. Come here. Hi. Ow. Ow. Why are you biting? Why are you biting? Look at the kitten. Look at the kitten. Come on. Go lay down. She is very cute, but she's trying to bat at things. She wants to play, but only on her own terms. She got her head tilted like this, and she's going like this. You're so cute. Ow, ow, ow! Stop it. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? All right. My friend is logged off. Oh no! All right, where am I supposed to go? The harbor master's assistant likely. Okay. So the harbor master's assistant. I don't remember where anything is. Again, we're going in on Reaper. Fangies crossed, I don't die immediately. Now, one thing to bear in mind is when I normally Reaper mode, I have a pack of hirelings running with me. Alright. I am going to bring this thing down here to remind me. Oh my god, that's so bright. Let's make this smaller. So I can remind myself of the quest. This is a long quest. It's very long, that's what she said. Alright. So there are some traps to have to worry about. Okay, I remember this quest.
The Deputy Harbor Master's secretary had a package for Dorris. With any luck, that secretary would be the last person to have seen her. A good place to start your search.
Leave immediately? Well, this gives me a basic idea how I'm doing.
These Warforged are acting eerily, moving perhaps a little too in unison. It's as if they're guided by a single mind.
Okay, we did pick up that small shield. Not that it matters, but, you know, vendor loot. Okay. So something is hinky here. The launch devices. Well, they're not good.
A Warforged voice nearby calls out. Have you seen this Warforged? Have you?
Oh no, Edward the Ache. Edward Thatch? Have you seen this Warforged? I sort of see this is activated, but that's just okay. Okay, we've got a clue. Does the beggar know anything? Are you sure you're not from around here? Hi guys, what's up? We're going down there sometime. We're gonna bust some heads to get where we're going. And I think
a
we're
member
gonna...
of the Sharn Watch gives you a weary nod. The area beyond this barricade is not safe, citizen. You've been warned.
Alright, let's quell a riot. You know what? It would help if I actually did my buffs. Did we quell the riot? I think we did. Wait, give me your mysterious remnant. Come on, guys. Go over here. Over here. Over here. Thank you. Also, let's set you all to aggressive. Because that's always fun. Definitely surviving much better on this character now. Though to be fair, I'm also not doing a Lamortia stuff. So these aren't as high level as Lamortia. Is there anything out here? I don't see any clues. I'm waiting for my moat to show up. Ooh, Reapers! Hi, Reapers! How are you? Oh man, I'm getting trashed. One Reaper down. Let's get the Plague Reaper down. So, fun fact, the Feywild Muse can randomly make things dance. And the Feywild Muse can also make Reapers dance. At least on R1. Alright. We done quelled part of the riot. It's not a quiet riot, but you know. That looks like there should be some fun stuff down here that we should probably not play with. Are we gonna play with it? Maybe. Maybe. Hello, Carnage Reaper. Goodbye, Carnage Reaper. hi. Oh, that was no fun. I feel the game wants you to walk down these walkways. They don't look very safe. So I had 8 left to quell the riot. And I'm not seeing anything quest-like in those rickety walkways. So let's go over here.
It might be illuminating to follow the strange Warforged to find out more about their curious predicament.
Well, not yet. We're not done quelling the riot. Got more people to murder. But you know what? I don't honestly care about the riot, because it's just more XP. Unless, one in the cogs, one in the Warforged ambush, one near the factory exit, and one end chest. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so sorting this one out isn't going to... That ain't yours. Well, it ain't yours either. He got PK'd.
The package that was being held for Dorris contained a broken Vaunt device. Was it already smashed? Or did you help?
I might have helped.
You pause before you pass through the gate. Perhaps it would be wise to make sure you didn't miss any other clues at the docks. An unsavory character shouts and points at a nearby building.
Hit the store! No, you idiots! Don't set it on fire! First pillage, then burn!
The instigator sounds quite annoyed.
I'm surrounded by imbeciles!
Why would one keep an illegal Vaunt device despite the mandatory recall? There must be more to this story. Of the clues you've gathered, the one about the old factory down in the cogs is the most promising. The missing Warforged was acting strangely and was intent on going back there. Perhaps that's where you should look next. With the leads you have, it's time for you to continue your investigation down below in the cogs. A poster advertises the services of Fathom Endeavors Limited to cover labor shortages and undercut the already underpaid competition.
Going down. Alright. Let's beat up more dudes.
Ah, this is our turf meat! Turn around and run back up to the sunny side, lest you swan a poundin'!
You just want to
The
pound?
contemptuous goblin appears to speak for the entire group.
Too late! Pound 'em!
The goblin and his flunkies close in on you.
Okay, that went very well. See if we can get up top. Not necessarily. Ooh, there's spiders in here.
Something tells you this factory hasn't been used in a while. It's just a hunch.
It's just a hunch, maybe. You go north or south? I think this is just one little room. No, there's a stairway. Like, I haven't heard my moat yet, which is a little bit surprising, I'll be honest. A big fat rat of unusual size. ROUSs? They even kind of look like RUSs. Rest in peace, Rob Reiner. My god, that was horrible. Okay, so we need the next clue, which is we need to go back to the shrine and bang a left from there. Let's go up here. Yeah, we need to go this way. And this way. Spooters! Oh, this looks a little spicy. Thank everybody for dropping follows so far with the Voodoo Spice raid. It is so rare that Voodoo gets to raid to little ol' me. Alright, we got something in here. A mysterious remnant, gimme. Hey, stop hitting Teal. Leave Teal alone. Oh no! Somebody was killed by a crossbow. Don't tell me they were doing Temple of Elemental Evil. That seems like an unwise proposition. So on my hardcore character, I've just basically been doing the quests from the more recent expansions because I know them pretty well.
V has ordered the records of this facility to be burned, and in a terrible hurry. Thankfully, they left enough for you to dig through.
Or won't. It's definitely won't. Who are you trying to kill? Where are the hirelings? Oh, they went upstairs. Alright. Froggo, what are your scenes? What are you scenes in? Loot! Nice. Nice.
This letter mentions that something called a soul splitter can be used to reduce one's mental capacity. And the subjects of these experiments have all been veterans of the last war. Manufacture of new warforged has been prohibited since the last war. So it's strange to find so many warforged stored in one place, in an inert state. That was a whole bunch of warforged. Okay, so we can't go that way. And we can't go that way. So we gotta go up this way. And I seem to recall that there being traps in this room over here. The room over this way. Can't do anything with that. Except there's a lever. You hear a distant grinding of gears and scraping of stones somewhere far below.
Okay, we go back down here. Should be a way to get into that area. So there's a portal there. So this is where the portal actually is. Oh, here's the trappy. Oh, Froggo.
The mysterious V apparently collaborated with Dorris, but suspected Dorris to be some kind of double agent.
So Froggo is not detecting anything. So the traps... Did I disable the traps? Because Froggo's not finding any control boxes. Or maybe it's in the room below. Can we fall down there? I can. Aha! Yeah, we sense those are traps. Imagine if you got to jump, they're pressure plates, so if you jumped over them, you should be fine. So we need to get into that room to get the traps turned off. Oh man, oh man, oh man. So, again, we're also hunting for, located in the cogs, can be locked. One in the hidden room near the Warforged ambush. One in the hidden room near the factory exit can be locked. Okay. So that's the factory exit. That's the one we already found. That one's 3 random locations for the other one. And so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots. There are 2 secret doors to the factory leading to chests. Another... Take the trap quarter, take the elevator down. So we should have taken the elevator down from here. Like right here. Going down. Okay. So this is the way out. But... There's the hidden door down here.
Look! A thingamathing!
A thing.
Gold covered in somebody else's blood!
Okay, that's the notebook that's randomly located, so that's good. Radiant shield, MR... Man. Alright, I'll grab that.
You're not sure who V&T are, but they're conspiring to cover something up with that Union strike, according to this demand for services rendered.
Mm-hmm.
V ordered Dorris to be split for safety, whatever that means. It sounds like an uncomfortable experience.
Sounds like Dorris is gonna be pissed at these guys. Okay, so... now we can exit here. And I did get the clues upstairs. We didn't get the one clue upstairs, though. In the trapped room. But finding all the clues doesn't get you an extra chest at the end anyway. Where's the Warforged ambush, though? That was the room where all the Warforged were in boxes. Okay. So this is the Warforged ambush chest. This is the one in the hidden room. There's 3 different places we can look for this other one. Okay. So we don't need to deal with the traps in here at all unless we want this last clue. And do I really give a damn about the last clue? No. Unfortunately, there's this red thing on the map that doesn't have an icon on the legend to tell me what that red thing means. So we're just gonna go this way. We're gonna go this way. So this count, yeah, this is a... So now we're in the main area, and again, we're going to be looking for 3 spots where there could be a chest and a Fear Reaper. Hi, Fear Reaper. And a Plague Reaper. Hello, Reapers. How are you doing? Hope you're well. You're about to die. I'm cursed. I'm uncursed. Okay, so... Looks like it could potentially sometimes be here. I found a minor clue and I didn't even know how. Who's shooting at me? Oh, it's those buttheads. Alright, let's go get them. Let's go hit those guys. I'm tired of them shooting at me. Except I'm a melee character, what am I gonna do? Immortal Sunblast.
This is best part. Kobold nap time.
Get your ass down here. And I am doing like no damage to them. Well, that's no fun. See if I can entice them to come down closer. Now we're doing some damage. And this is why you farm the Immortal Sun Flask. Your turn, Sunshine. And there's one way the hell up there. So I'm not close enough to hit her. And they don't move any closer. And how is she getting hit? Is Rana the one doing this? Because that would be pretty badass.
Don't squeeze so hard. Kobold's not comfortable with this.
Okay. So that's one spot that the thing could be in. So we're going to go over this way. We're going to ignore them. And we're going to come over here and hit this person. Want to go to the mini pit? Now what? You're up there. No, not yet. I don't want to go to the money pit. I'm looking for where that chest could be. Oh, there's a shrine in there. These guys are not fair, shooting from way up there and not coming down here. That I actually need to use an actual ranged weapon on them. I think I should be able to hit them from here with the Immortal Sun Flask. There we go. She's taking damage. It's taking forever, but she's taking damage. need a better vantage point for. Oh no, there's a lost soul up there. Alright. We probably actually could. No, we could have gone up there. Okay, so there's supposed to be. If there's going to be. Hello. Hello. Little chest. Froggo, would you please do the honors? Froggo, please face the chest and do the honors if you'd be so kind. Yeah, we're getting her this time. It's not the best of weapons, but as a ranged item in when you're a melee character, they get you a little something something. And you're down. Alright, so for our next trick, we need to get to where the money pit is. We probably should use the shrine since it's here, but it is the only shrine in this section, so maybe we'll leave it for later. Thank you! You're not the only one, Kobold. Let me double check about the money pit though. Okay, talk to the bookie. So we should actually be on the higher level, not this lower level. There's supposed to be like a bridge that you can cross, like up there somewhere. Because they recommend that you come out on the second tier of the cogs. Can't get up. So they recommend you coming out of the factory over there. But you're coming in through the factory. Basically not coming out this way. Okay, it says, here's the letter. Take the elevator down, read the, in the room behind a secret door. Go up, do not take the elevator. To find the exit to the second level of the cogs. But this is the trapped corridor. There's a lot of different traps on that. Okay, go up to read the forgotten letter in the area. Turn left, the hallway, down the stairs. It says do not take the elevator, but we need to get back over there. Okay, it says do not take the elevator, so let's not go here. Wait a minute. I'm confusing myself. I think this is partly because I did drop down through one spot. Trying to figure my way through this. Don't mind me, chat. The hirelings are also very confused. Let's go back through the main entrance into the factory. It's down here. Oh, hey, since we're already back here, let's go,
You rest, Master. Kobold will stand watch. Just kidding.
How you doing, chat? What are you up to? You're awfully quiet. You know I don't like it when everybody's quiet, because I don't trust it. I mean, people are being weird. Okay, we went into here. Oh, there's lava. Okay, I'm gonna jump in lava. One thing about the hirelings, they can be super duper dumb sometimes. Okay, y'all stay here. I don't think I've ever actually been in here. There's more rats. So, what is this all about? Oh, they're going after the rats, aren't they? Oh, there's more bats for them to play with. How nice. Okay, so we were here. Teal, get your ass back here. I swear to God. What are you sensing? There isn't... This is the secret door. Here we got ambushed by the Warforged. Here's the trapped hallway. Let's bring Froggo in. Hold on, Froggo. See, part of the problem is Froggo can sense the danger, but I can't get him to find the trap box worth a damn. Like, it's almost there. Almost. Oh, there it is. Okay, get that. I'm gonna stand back here. Froggo, the control box is right there. Hirelings, what can you do with them? Okay, so there's this thing. I think he was actually trying to get the one over there. You go up here. You open that. There's supposed to be a way out from up here. I'm very confused. I am super duper confused. Hold on, what's this? Oh, hello. Okay, so this is not the trapped room. I'm still confused. Yeah, stupid little bat. There isn't a hidden door out this way. Now I'm just gonna go the way I think I can get to where I need to go. Because it's already getting stupid late. Because we were wanting to get up there. Because you're supposed to be able to exit from the second floor, and you're going across the bridge up there. If only there were like a ladder or something. We need to talk to the bookie. And you can't talk to him if you go into the money pit. I know, I'm obviously missing something basic here. Something that would normally let me get up there. And the wiki itself says, read the sternly worded letter in the room behind the secret door. This is near to the exit from the factory. And it says, go up, do not take the elevator to find exit to the second level of cogs. So let's go find that sternly worded letter. Alright, this is the... Is that the way we just came? Yeah, we just came from this way. So we saw this. There was nothing there. Let's go find that sternly worded letter again and backtrack from there. Okay, this is the forgotten letter. Navigate to the trap quarter, take the elevator down. In the room behind the secret door. This is near to the exit of the library. That's how we avoid the trapped corridor. We use this. Okay. And so we get the letter from there. And this would be the sternly worded letter. Is the one in here. And it says, go up, do not take the elevator. So we're not taking the elevator, we're using the stairs. And it says, to find exit to the second level of cogs. But this isn't the second level of the cogs. We should be up there. I'm very confused. Okay, it says, to the south on top of the building near the waterfall is a clue, whatever. Yeah, there's a clue up there. Did we actually find that clue? Oh, hold on. Okay, says go over to the bridge, head right for the money pit. Okay. Maybe I was overthinking this. Maybe good evening, good morning, Rodney. How are you? I'm overthinking this Finding Dorris quest. That's what I'm doing. Though we are 4 hours in, I'm going to be heading out soon. Once I get done with this quest. Okay.
An announcer howls.
Welcome to the Money Pit, where vicious fighters bleed for your amusement and profit. Make your bets now for the evening's final bout.
The announcer continues.
In the red corner, we have the indomitable, the tireless, the immovable, our undefeated Stone Cold Champion of the night. Give it up for Bertrand Gray!
The gnoll motions to the other fighter.
In the blue corner, we have the fierce berserker! The bloodthirsty killer! The terrifying, unstoppable force!
Where's the bookie?
Give it up for our new challenger, Philip Glassjaw!
Hey, that's not my name. The bugbear objects.
Shut up, Phil.
Retorts the gnoll. The gnoll raises her voice.
Are the fighters ready? Let's make money and battle!
Okay. I don't know if I got that done in time.
Ooh, this is best part. Kobold nap time.
Says as long as you don't jump down into the thing, you can help by ranging down the one fighter.
You
Oh.
might ask yourself, how is it possible to get everyone in the cogs angry at you? It's a rhetorical question, because you just did.
And that's because Albrecht did a stupid shit.
Kobold afraid it might be contagious.
So what should have happened had Albrecht not triggered the entire area, the bookie and his two ogre buddies would not have attacked. They would have helped us. It would have made the fight a little bit easier. So that was dumb. Okay. Let's beat up this guy. Free chest. Paste pots, always fun. Warforged has no name. Compliance conflict, so yeah, Bertrand is not having a good time.
According to the fight announcer, the Warforged fighter came to the pit with his trainer, Herg Earwool, a bugbear who lives nearby in a hovel upstairs. Perhaps it would be a good time to ask him some questions.
Let's do that. I'm still a little bit put out that I haven't gotten a moat yet. Okay, now we're upstairs. Well, that helps. A lot easier when I hit them with my main weapon for sure. Okay, let's go find where we're going. And, let's go over here. And here's the undelivered letter. And that's our last clue.
The letter you found alludes to a reckless bugbear being involved in stacking boxes of inert Warforged.
Okay, so we need to find the trainer's house. Let's see where the trainer's house actually is. Okay, so the trainer's house is to the south. So we need to go this way. Where that big bridge was, and I think I need to be up there, and it's like, nah, I'm getting ahead of myself.
As you approach the door, you can just make out the sound of muffled conversation on the other side. Perhaps finding a better spot for eavesdropping will reveal more than simply barging in.
Oh, we didn't get all the minor clues. Minor, not minor. Now we're gonna barge in. Okay. Now, let's have Frog go find the other traps. You leave her alone.
Kobolds see bright side. There's enough meat on your friend to feed 3 kobold families.
Hi, Stormlust Kitten Cattin. So if you have a good trapper, they can come in and get these two taken care of. That would turn off all the traps in the house. But I didn't get to them. We can get them now. I have a kitten cattin. We do have a kitten cattin. Froggo, that please. He seems to think it's on the outside. Dorris!
You see a stoic warforged matching the description of Dorris, standing among the bugbear's personal effects. She's as still as a statue. A deep voice rumbles as its imposing owner reveals himself. Isn't it obvious? She speaks like one newborn. Someone stole her soul.
Mm-hmm. Lord of Blades is gonna get pissed about that. How many soldiers call me sir? Quick loot, no! Alright, speak with the... I never spoke with the Deputy Harbor Master Secretary's assistant. Way back at the beginning of the quest. I mean, can I open the chest at least? Alright. Legendary Spectre Boots? Hi! Oh, those are sexy, and the Reaper enchantment. I need to get Featherfall on some other item because that is hot. Hey, I was looking for that. Sweet. All right. Well, we need to go back to the very beginning of the quest because I missed the very first thing. Where is the Deputy Harbor Master's Secretary's assistant? I need to talk to Dason Kluge. Alright, let's find where we are. It's fun how they basically, you can do the entire quest and then actually miss something at the very beginning. It doesn't trigger the finale. Going up. Okay. We're back here. Let's go find that Dason dork. He should have been at the very beginning of the quest. Wait a minute, that was not the right way. This guy. Hi. There we go. Sweet. Alright, let's get out of here. Got some nice boots. Okay. Let's turn this quest in and call it a night. Because it's 1:20 in the morning, and holy crap, I've got places to be. I'm going to be on DDO cast tomorrow. I'm going to keep playing tonight. Keep doing this. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to get to the members only quest and get the golden moat for the last loot that I need to get a golden moat on. Not you. Not you. It'd be the night one. This one right here. This one I need to get the golden moat on. But I'm going to clean my bags out first, I do believe. I'm going to save those. Hell yeah. Alright. So, we are done for the day. So, ooh, an alkaline ring of featherfall. Hi. The problem is, both of my rings have stuff on them that I need. So I need to find a different way to get featherfall somehow. I'll figure it out. But I'm still going to take the ring of featherfall. Because there's nothing else here that looks like something I need. Alright. Let's do this. Lazar Green Mantle. It's over here. Alright. Grab your quest. Alright. I'd like to thank y'all for watching. I will be on Axelcast tomorrow starting at noon Eastern with everybody else who's going to be part of that show. And then I'll be on DDO stream Sunday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, you be good. If you can't be good at it. Alright? Bye!